Good morning, guys. All right. Good morning, everyone. How you guys doing? Chris, welcome to Billionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord after the stream, and I'll get you added to the country club. Welcome aboard. Pickles early, market down. That's not how that works. All right. Tesla's looking to lower the price of the Model Y. So a little shift in overnight positioning. DJ, good morning, man. Thank you. Some calls coming into the upside, but pretty flat from 35 to 45, a little bump at 50. I wouldn't say it's quite a ramp, but there's definitely some options interest up there. There is a put ramp to the downside from 50.20 to 5,000. And there's a little bit of defensive put positioning right at the money at 50.25. Ding ding. We could get hung up here. There's a pretty big call wall at 30 and a pretty big put wall at 25. And there's another fucking call wall at 50.20. So there's definitely the potential to just kind of stagnate in this range. Obviously morning volatility offers our best chance of breaking out of it, but there's a good chance we don't. Almost tested 65. Oh, what's Tesla doing? Piece of shit. I know it's a joke, options. Bob, if you think I'm going to talk to you when you're not a billionaire, you're out of your mind. So your way to say today is going to be lame. Yeah, probably. You said something about shorting cat short term. Yeah, I did that on Friday. This not only applies to Bob, other gray names are welcome to chat. Yeah, this is accurate. Bob's put me through a lot of shit over the years. Does Beyond have a lot of ETF FTDs today? No, not very many. But Russell was doing okay this morning. Still is, yeah. Russell's up, so that could add some buy pressure. Oh, nice. Glad to hear it, Maeve. Is it done? I don't know. I didn't look. I only shorted it on Friday. Okay, Bob's a cute little conspiracy theorist. I know. Hmm. How do I want to position on this? I don't want to go long Tesla now, because it's back below 192.80. I still want to kind of want to go long Meta. Maybe on here it's better to use like a debit spread. I don't have the capital to float pin risk. Calm the fuck down, man. Little bullish momentum here on SPX. I think that can continue for a little while. We're probably going to test 30. It may be a little hard to break 30, though. Short-term looking like BTU is going to drop to the bottom of the trend. Hold on. No, not necessarily. I could definitely find support around 25. YouTube paused my membership, and I don't know why. All right. Just buy 6,000 Cs and enjoy it going in the money. All right. That's one take. IWM looks like it's playing catch up to the other indexes. Well, it's not. It's it's still very, very, very far behind. This week being SLD, is it fair to think a move up into Wednesday and then a possible reverse the rest of the week? That's possible. Although we may reverse earlier due to CPI. The outcome of tomorrow's print is kind of unknown, but I think there's a possibility that we see core beat to the upside, um, while having a slightly cooler headline. Although, I don't think that'll matter very much, at least for tomorrow's price action, but it might matter into the end of the week. God damn you, Tesla. You fucking bag of shit. So Tesla should have some support around 192.80. In practice, though, that kind of looks like it's between 192.80 and 90. But if it fails to find support there, probably not a good idea to stay in it. Meta's ripping right out of the gate. SPX is flat. Might just be a lot of flat today. Bad call on chartreuse lipstick. I lost my life savings. How could you do this to me? You really think she was going to wear green with that much foundation? You talked about SPX debit spreads. Add the money 50 wide. Waiting until after CPI tomorrow. No. Kind of just waiting to see if we break 30 to the upside. There's a bit of resistance on futures, about $4 out of the money at 50.48. That's a fairly big resistance level. There's a good chance we don't cross that today. Rare, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, dude. Hit me up if you need me to get you added to the country club. I'll message me after the stream. Did you enter meta? Yeah. Yeah. What's your feeling on our boy Fuberto? It seems to be bouncing back after the big short occurred. Based entirely on speculation that Disney's gonna run Fubo into the ground. But I mean, I think in the near term it doesn't matter much. That streaming service, as of right now, does not exist, and Fubo does. I think it helps their M&A chances. If the Disney thing does come to fruition, and I think there'll be some antitrust legal issues there anyway, which could just further cement Fubo's position in the market. So seems good. Strong bounce back from it's dropped to like 175. Earnings is coming up as long as they're still on track. I don't see any problems. Win makeup tutorials. I just gave one. We're in bufordation. That's not a real economic term. Will my 10-cent CrowdStrike puts print? I'm gonna go no. Tesla's doing kind of okay here. A break of 195 on Tesla is going to kind of cement the upside. For Meta, needs to move a little bit higher than 170. Ideally, break out at 172.50 is what we're looking for there. Or a full-on cross of 175. Although Meta's options chain looked very, very strong this morning. Or end of day Friday, so I think that'll do pretty well. Vol's increasing a little bit. Does Fubo butter your parsnips? I'm not a big fan of those. And I love antitrust legislation. Do you do a peak SPX prediction for 2024? 5,500? At what price would people start to question reality? I think that's already happening. What if Fubo is the Disney thing through M&A? Then the antitrust legal issues would be annoying. Hear me out. What if they grant Disney the license like the right to partner with Fox and Warner and start the streaming service. Then they get slapped with an antitrust suit after they've almost put Fubo out of business, and they have to bail Fubo out, like Microsoft and Apple in the early 2000s. I'm just kidding. That's never going to happen. But somebody might come along and buy them. Amazon or CBS, NBC. You know, if you were to become a respected name in the economic field, you should start coining terms like Bufordation. It's true. All the best economists have their own terms. I don't know if that's the one I want to go with, but I'll put it on the list. Can we all get a thanks, Disney, for that sweet Fubo buy opportunity last week? God damn. Do you think Palantir kind of ran out of steam? It should be running out of steam. It's still in X. Like, I think it's still trading significantly above Gamma Max. It usually takes a little while. Careful of like delayed settlement on T2, T3, but it'll probably come back down. I mean, I would say you probably want a little bit of theta if you're trying to short it though. I don't know how to invest in Timu. Apparently they can afford 27 Super Bowl ads. Just long the PBOC. All right. ES running into a little bit of resistance. SPX not quite out of steam yet. Let's see if Dork's awake. Hey, Dork's awake. What's up, Dork? Can't wait till the day when the VWAP hat guy is doing a hit on CNBC. And I can think to myself, I know that shill. Why would you wish that on me? At least Bloomberg, something respectable. I don't want to go on CNBC. Maybe Reuters. You know that big sold put ramp you showed Sunday? Is that short dated? It's like 20 to 30 days out. Are you talking about like the OI? Yeah, a lot of it's being sold, within the VIX window. Well, that's when it expires. That doesn't mean it can't go in the money before then. But the whole position is just constantly rotating, right? As one day falls off, it has to be sold again in order to keep vol in check. Meta rejected at 472.50. No, it's just chilling there. How about the pineapples this morning? Dole. What's Dole doing? Hmm. Op. I don't like that. Well, momentum's still falling off a bit on SPX, but Nowhere to really go. There's a very good chance that SPX is actually flat as fuck today. Oh, fuck you, Tesla. Time to sell iron condors. It could be a bit early for that. I would wait. I would wait and see how far a downswing tests, probably, before considering condors. You weren't kidding about getting stuck in this range? We opened at a really weird spot on the chain. There's like a put wall at 25, and then there's a call wall at 30, and then there's another call wall at 20. And we're just fucking right there. Stuck in the middle. How is VIX not below 13 yet? Well, there's not a lot of put selling going on, for starters. There's not a lot of anything going on. VIX tends to perform pretty well into Monday morning. I still think a test at 30 is possible. Gamma Max isn't there anymore, so we could just put this at the Friday's high. All right, Meta's moving up to test that 75 level. And that's kind of 75 is kind of where the bullish breakout on that starts. Can Meta hit 480 today? If so, change of thesis. No real change in thesis. I mean, I kind of hope Meta hits the upper price target as fast as possible, because we have CPI tomorrow, and that's a bit of an unknown. QQQ really lagging behind this morning. So that's on the upside. There's a little bit of upside room today. Not a lot. Right now, at least. Like, I think SPX can test like 50-30 here. I really don't expect QQQ to outperform. It's already been underperforming most of this morning. Maybe some individual components. But out of the Mag 7, the only ones that looked moderately bullish were Meta and NVIDIA. The rest of them were kind of just flat looking. Oh, AMD looked a little bit bullish, I think, yesterday. Butterfly 50-25 and go to literally anything else? Unfortunately, no. The 25 level may not hold for the entirety of the day, but I don't expect us to get a lot of price action. Butterflies in the latter part of the day might be good. Actually, you know what? No, probably not. I probably wouldn't go with butterflies at all today, actually, because you're going to have neutral positioning tonight going into CPI in the morning, and that generally causes a lot of volatility. $438, $440. I don't even know what that is. For what? QQQ? That's an awfully big move to the upside. No? How about flat? Flat as fuck. Tesla Head and Shoulders? Okay. But, I mean, the neckline's just kind of where we just were. So, I don't know. Maybe we could test 9150. We might get one of those weird end of day big moves with CPI tomorrow. Yeah, yeah. Do you see any upside coming? I think my momentum's getting more bearish, but I don't see anything coming. Maybe I wasn't clear. There's a call wall at 20. There's a put wall at 25. And then there's a call wall at 30. And we are here. Right in the saddle. I mean, not everything's going to be flat, but SPX is probably going to be pretty flat. If we lose 20 to the downside, SPX could get a little bit spicy. No, you were clear. SPX pancake. Jimmy topped around 15, do you think? I think it's out of ETF FTDs. Mid caps don't look so hot today. Maybe some T2. 1554 is still on the table. I don't think we have. Do we have an earnings date yet? Probably not. I mean, like cardamom? That's our max spicy. Interesting. Maybe if you express this in terms of a meatball. Yeah, I could do that. There's a shelf. The meatball is on the shelf. In a jar. Where do you see Beyond going in the next few weeks? I probably down more. ETF FTDs are about over, so as long as they can get the breakout stabilized and IWM doesn't go to the moon. I mean, even with IWM up like 1% today, Beyond is barely moved, right? It's still below Friday's high. I don't think a lot's gonna happen there. NQ looks like it wants to break out of a bull pennant. Okay. No, it doesn't. What time frame? Am I collecting interest on the cash held for CSVs with Fidelity? You should be. Check. Check your statement. I want to buy a Meta 480C now. Am I dumb? I have a 75 and an 85 already. I mean, I don't see a problem necessarily with that. Just adding to your winners is generally good practice. Just remember, though, you are compounding risk as far as CPI goes. And that is unknown and not something you can manage in the pre-market on Meta. You see buying about of the money calls for SEX, filling the levels from here to the 50-50 range. That already happened this morning. 35, 40, 45, 50. I'll have a decent amount of call interest, except I'm pretty sure all the calls are sold. I don't think any of the calls on the chain at these levels are bought at all. So there's a giant wall of calls at 50-30 that are sold. Um, yeah. So those are going to present some resistance. I don't think they're inherently bullish. I think we need to kind of, at least for now, we need to kind of throw out the naive assumption that all calls are sold and all puts are bought. And I think we need to look at the MM as being uh both long calls and long puts. That means that, kind of uh the top of the chain liquidity here is getting very dry and the effective gamma is falling off, which means we become far more exposed to the effects of Vana. But that could still be, a few days or a couple weeks out. We don't know how long this can last. I stopped out of Meta, but I just right at the mid PT. It can keep going. It's got a ramp all the way up to like 85. That's better safe than sorry. I know we've used the meatball analogy for a while now, and at this point, I'm too afraid to admit I understand it. Governor Bowman's speech in 20. Yeah, so that could kick up some volatility, but I don't really expect any of the Fed members to say anything off book. Most of them are hawks at this point, like most of the voting members. And even the ones that aren't on the voting team have had pretty much the same narrative all along. Are you excited to see we cross GM on SPX? It's at 50.85, so it's. I personally don't think it's mechanically possible. The MM is simultaneously rugged, handsome, and has glorious basket weaving skills. They are good at managing a basket. It's 2 weeks too much theta for CPI overnight straddles. I mean, you're probably gonna have to hold them a few days and wait for like a confirmed directional move, but you could. I mean, it's just the more theta you get, the more of a move you need in the underlying in order to cover the cost basis of the losing leg. Let's just stop. Calls don't need those. They might today. But generally, I agree with that. Has anything changed macro-wise on the SSS play? Yeah. The chances of a rate cut have diminished. SSSS is a is a hedge against the Fed cutting rates early. They greatly benefit from a rate cut. If there is no rate cut, they'll continue to trade below NAV for some time. But if there were to be a rate cut or an aggressive pattern of rate cuts, then they would benefit pretty greatly from that. Picking up the bonds with that is kind of an important part of the play, though. So probably some consideration to that if you're thinking you can just play it on one side. Why didn't you tell me we were going to trade flat today? I did. I was pretty specific about it. CPI straddle at 5,000 or 50-50 end of day? That's a very good question. I don't know. If we lose 20, then yeah, we could end up seeing straddles come in at, you know, actually, yeah, we could see straddles come in between like 5,000 and 50-15. If we break out above 30, we could run up another $20. Careful with long and short calls on SPX right now. They're overpriced. Um, like grossly overpriced. They might be a little bit better into the back half of the day, but flashbacks to the KVU J&J play. Why would you have flashbacks? That was awesome. You mean awesome memories of making 500% on J&J options? Because people only played long KVU. Well, that's because they don't listen, right? Apparently, Ken Griffin was dropping it like it's hot at the Citadel Xmas party, but he's paid to have all mentions of it online changed to making it rain. Interesting. Is your thesis on Tesla that it breaks 95? I mean, my thesis on Tesla is that it can break 95. PT is like 200, 205. It needs to get above 196.75 to really cement the bullish move, but it's doing okay so far this morning. I think they had some slightly positive news that was maybe, well, meaningless but nice. When you say flat, do you mean like up or do you mean down? I mean, I would say that there's a slightly greater chance of down than up, but flat usually means neither up nor down. Why is meta ripping? Bulls. Because I said it would. Hard disagree. I'm flat, but I go down. Bullish. So bulls need to defend the 50-25 range. I mean, they need to defend 20 and the collar. Like losing 20 is kind of bad for the bulls. Losing the collar is really bad for them. Any bond ETFs you like? It's like a Vanguard. I mean TLT, but there's also like a Vanguard long duration ETF that's not too bad. I can't remember the name of it. Normally, I just buy bonds. I don't understand why you would pay someone to manage your treasuries for you or your bonds. Viglet? I don't know if that's a real word. No, I'm in meta. I'm already in meta. I got in meta pretty quickly. Yields are kind of coming up. The top end of the curve. Is anything exciting happening besides our range narrowing? Mm, no. uh, seem to have pretty equal amounts of call selling and put buying, which should be bearish. Maybe over the longer time frame. It's not a bad price. I wonder if I could get it cheap. QQQ looks pretty range bound. Microsoft's down a bit today. Hmm. right. When do we have retail sales? Is that Wednesday or Tuesday? Hmm. The retail sales is on Thursday. Why did I think that was earlier in the week? Profit taking on Meta? Probably sold calls and some profit taking. Maybe a little bit of both. Could be an opportunity to enter more upside on it. How much is the vertical? 75.90. No. 85. Ooh. So some might be about to get cut. Delta's falling off, so that looks a little bit, starting to look a little bit more bearish on SPX. At least momentum wise, we might see the test of 20, and failing to test 30 when we move to the upside is probably also not the best look. Maybe we still have some time to do that though. What do you make of Tom Lee noting that the SPX goes up 12.7% on average during the year of the dragon? Is wheeling TLT one of the better wheel options in a bear market? No. If yields are going up, TLT is going to be dropping. Wheeling is a shitty strategy in a bear market. No, I was buying another position on Meta. I bought another debit spread. Hmm. Meta's still pretty far from giving it all back. It's up almost $10. Could go see my Meta play Goric. I think they mean Ziblet. Oh wow, I was way behind. Goddamn YouTube. What's up, Zorik? Is willing TLT? Okay, you asked that twice. Gurk has invisible shake weights. Yeah, wheel yes by holding a short put. Short foots. Oh, okay. Lucky we're in a super bull market in it. Yeah, I guess so. Would you describe this current market as at least uptrending, if not bullish? I mean, it's bullish by every technical metric, but as far as like the macroeconomics go, they're not very supportive of a long-term bull market. We have a lot of problems with inflation, uh, and overly strong labor markets, so price stability is questionable. And most of the value in the market is propped up on the back of a speculative technology. If you remove tech from the S&P right now, it's trading at like all-time lows. So we're really leaning into the services inflation in the hopes that the government's going to continue printing money to support that, at least before we get any inflationary backlash from rising wages. I have meta calls. What are you talking about? I've been long meta since like market open. Why are you apologizing? Oh, because you're gonna fuck me. I see what you're saying. They're making a Twister remake. Can they not come up with anything new? Nope. All the writers in Hollywood have apparently died or become bloggers, or they work for Netflix. Or were replaced by Chat GPT. It's not a remake. It has an S on the end. Twisters, totally different. Is Helen Hunt in it? Are you doing anything to maintain a long short position? I have a bunch of Vega positions. Do you think this could come crashing down at any time? Yeah. Yeah. I mean there's a shitload of different risks that could obviously manifest themselves at any moment, but I mean conditions are tightening right now, which should lead to more bearish price action. My most likely case for this year is that we do in fact get the hard landing, but that doesn't necessarily come with a crash. More like a slow wind down of bank positions over a couple of years than equity devaluations. But um, I mean, maybe at like peak to trough, we see a 20% drawdown at some point. But I think a lot more of what we saw from August to through the end of the year, a lot more of that like period of tightening financial conditions, followed by rapid rip to the upside, followed by tightening financial conditions, followed by rapid rip to the upside. But everything's over leveraged. Vol is oversold. So obviously, tail risk is high. I mean, the chances of a greater event occurring definitely exist. AI replacing writers is definitely up there with some of the worst business decisions that have come off the back of this ridiculous hype. Well, I mean, it's not going to last, right? Because have you ever read a story written by AI? They're not very compelling. I'm still long my shirt. Thanks for asking, though, Brett. I watched a Prime original movie called Nefarious this weekend. It was a good psychological thriller. Okay, neat. Oop, stopped out Tesla. Why is Tesla dropping on a rising market? What a piece of shit. Yeah, right. Maybe I'll look at it again after CPI. Ooh, crowd's down 1%. Only 20% more to go. Woo. Hmm. I don't care about anything Maverick of Wall Street makes. 10-year almost at its overnight high, and Dixie edging up again. Okay. Yeah, Dixie's been going up since this morning. USD JPY pumped pretty hard on expectations that Japan is not going to move forward with any policy moves in the near term. What's wrong with VIX? It's green. Well, it's trying not to be. Not getting a lot. We're still not getting a lot of put selling. Maybe this is the test of 50-30 foretold in the Chronicles. Hmm. It doesn't look overly bullish, though. Pretty flat on the call buying. Yeah, interest is kind of unimpressive there. I guess you can watch QQQ a little bit. It seems to be driving most of this. How's IWM doing? Yeah, look at that. IWM's getting ready for fucking CPI. It's not even messing around. Thank you for your Tesla stop sacrifice. We'll now rip to 205. Probably. Yeah, that makes sense. Blood Simple, the Coen brothers' first film, is a great watch, but they don't half make you Yanks look like a few breaks short of a load in all their films. Okay. Maverick of Wall Street's fundamental bear thesis is everything that's happening is bearish. Good for him. I had AI write me a Taylor Swift football breakup song. It was actually pretty decent once I had it tweak a few things. Okay. Why hasn't AI replaced Tay Tay yet then? I'm convinced Maverick of Wall Street is actually Bernie Sanders. Okay. Beyond borrow fee just popped to 200%. Nice. So someone's gonna short it. What's the MM's expected move on Airbnb earnings? I have no idea. Uh, you guys could calculate this yourself. It's not that hard. Looks like one day is 3.1% and 7% over the rest of the week. Hmm. That was last week. Have you ever heard of expected yearnings? Hmm. There's a guy named Taylor Swift in my undergrad class. He's a hotshot in DC now. Lower high, meta dead. Pack it up, boys. The Zuck is plucked. What? The fuck are you talking about? Express gaining momentum? What mean? Well, hopefully it's recovering. I've seen this average down puts while SPX stagnates, then creeps up $30 through end of day. I hope you win, but I'm not playing. Probably smart. I'm not playing like a very big move. I would just like to see a test under 25. I think Twitter took down my post from 2021 that details how auto loans are a shit pile. Lame. It might just not show up in your feed because it's so old, but you should be able to search for it under the advanced search by your username. You also don't manage positions like Popcorn Trader and I do. So you're more likely to come out on top. Well, I knew that there was a possibility of a test. We still had a possibility of a test of 50-30. So averaging down was part of the plan if it was necessary. It just doesn't show up at all. Maybe Elon deleted it. I do like this rejection. I wish it would continue. Getting some pretty heavy put selling here. Hmm. I think you realize how many of those loans are for Tesla Model 3s, and so you had to make it go away. Imagine buying a Tesla Model 3 for like 60 grand in 2021. Fuck, Todd's back. Is he? I don't know about that. I think you're overstating his presence. And then have Elon just discount the car 50% 2 years later. Imagine buying a car after 2018. I mean, I bought one. I think I'm still pretty much right side up on it. Although I didn't buy a fucking Tesla. Buy a Netflix put. It just ran to 565 for some reason. So playing its drop to 560, a good idea. Ooh. Um Maybe. So most of the short puts on it are at 70, but it may be starting to build short puts, short calls, or at 570. But it may be starting to build some short call positioning around 65 now. So possibly it'll see a decline into end of day. Vol's kind of flattening out here a bit. Let's see if I could buy for 4. I'd pick one up. Might not get an entry. It's low volume. What do you think about Car? There used to be a guy in here who played it a lot. I've played it a few times. It's been okay in the past. Looks like you might have missed a chunk of the run. Oh, possibly turning around. They've got earnings coming up, so a little bit of risk there. I think they still have a pretty big, like, short position on it. Or at least they've had a pretty big short position on it for a while now. I don't really think corporate travels up very much, though. Maybe some benefit from vacationing into the latter part of the summer. I guess corporate travels up a little bit. I don't know. I probably wouldn't speculate on their earnings. Puts are pricing up. Interesting. Hmm. Big shift in options interest there. Looks like a ton of delta fell off the chain. Am I seeing that correctly? What the fuck? 750,000 delta dropped. That's kind of weird. Selling fucking calls again. Hmm. Probably put a stop in on the puts here. Don't want to get burned. Yes. Okay, this is the yes test of 50, 50, 50. I'm testing that first green line on ES. Yeah. There's a big dump in calls and then immediately bought back. Fucking weird. Guess we'll see where this goes. Yes, like a tick away from all-time high. Break resistance so we don't have to trade flat today. I'm not sure breaking the resistance here is going to keep us from being range bound, but it's definitely very early for a breakout of the call wall there. They broke 30 pretty cleanly. Yeah, but they didn't break ES 50-50 cleanly. It looks like ES is, well, still chopping. It hasn't really picked a direction yet. But momentum still doesn't favor the bull side here. So even though we're going up, it's on pretty low volume, declining volume. We'll find out soon if it's going to reverse or not, though. It's probably might drop back under 30 in about 10 minutes. And then we might get a bigger breakdown like 30 minutes from now. Really depends on how much profit taking occurs here, I think. Did you cut Tesla? Yeah, I did. I got stopped out of it. I'm not sure the uptick in volatility here is bearish or not. No, volume's really low. You're not wrong. Meta PT, 80, 85 by the end of the week was my target. Hmm. All right. If calls filled in to 50, those calls have been filled in since this morning on the upside. They're not pricing down puts though, which is really strange. I don't know if that's we're just not seeing a lot of them get sold right now. Hmm. One second. All right. Hmm. So markets continue pumping because stocks only go up. We do have a lot of that going on right now. That's not what I ordered. Out of all the tickers I could have played today, why did I pick Tesla? I feel the same way about playing Tesla today. Guess we just don't care about momentum here because we're going to squeeze the short calls. I'm not gonna lie, this dynamic doesn't make a lot of sense. Futures testing 50-52. Long-term resistance on futures is at 50-56. 50-57, I guess. XRT looks like it's seeing some covering today. What's what's SPXW Gamma Max right now? $50.45. Hmm. $50.20. That looks kind of bullish, though. Hmm. Bot puts are increasing again. Sold calls are stopping. I mean, I think if there's a week where we smash through and test like the monthly GM, this is definitely it. I'm gonna have to think about this a lot because call selling here is bullish. Put selling is bearish. So call buying is bullish. Put buying is bearish. Hmm. What a fucked up thing to deal with. But if volatility is increasing, that's also bearish. Unless it's increasing because short calls are being squeezed. But if short calls are being sold and volatility is going down, that's also bearish. It's the opposite of the opposite. It's fucking weird. Definitely a bit of a different approach that I'm gonna have to wrap my head around, but interesting. So a spike in Vana. So if someone comes in and buys a shitload of calls right now, that would be bearish, I think. All right. Yeah, I don't know how to it's very hard to equate this to price action. So, yeah, because if too many calls are bought at the money, they'll shift the hedge for the short calls long, which pushes the longer Vega. But as long as calls continue to be sold and puts continue to be sold, we can go up. And on this drop, we're getting call buying. Can't drink all day if you don't start in the morning. It's accurate. What you just said confirms that I should not trade today. I'm kind of feeling the same way. It seems like they're playing Financial Twister. We're playing some sort of game here. $50.35. It's not really any resistance at 40. Or I guess I shouldn't think of that as resistance. Support? No, we had call buying here, which prompted a sell-off. And then at the bottom of that we had call selling, which pushed us up. What does it all mean, Basil? I don't want to trade this bullshit. Todd's doing a number on vol convexity. It's making my head hurt. We're gonna test GM, aren't we? Okay, only if bulls are sufficiently bearish. What's up, Popcorn? The market isn't going to break because of policy. It's going to break because the levers don't do what the levers are supposed to do. Yeah, I actually think that's more of a distinct possibility. you get this thing when you're trading like this, and the effect of gamma is gone, that like if volatility rises, then Vana kind of takes over, and that could lead to a rapid correction. Changing my strategy from getting chopped up short term to swing bag holding. I feel like this means I should be making the opposite presumptions of momentum also. That bearish momentum is in fact bullish. Who thought this shit up? So you're saying if VIX up, market up, VIX down, market probably also up. VIX up, market up. Yeah. Yeah, okay. As long as VIX doesn't go up a lot. VIX can only go up a little bit, market up. If VIX goes up too much, market down hard. I seriously think they're trying to find new ways to pump endlessly. Well, as long as they can keep the long delta, then the MM's doing all the pumping, right? Not the participants. But that requires that they continue to sell puts and also sell calls. And there's a ratio to that I'm not entirely sure of, but the number of puts sold needs to exceed the number of calls. Otherwise, it would become unprofitable to have your calls constantly driven underwater. Just keep selling puts until the underwater calls don't matter. Well, yeah, kind of. Well, you can sell in the money puts too, right? So you could like sell the in the money short straddle. This is all despite me. Yeah. Was this consolidation on meta? Meta looks fine. I don't think it looks bearish. But yeah, it's consolidating a little bit. So create order, stop 80. Close, stop 280. It's like the market's going up, but prices are going up. Like, what the fuck is happening right now? IV's going up. Yeah, I see that, Doric. But is Ivy going up too much? Go spot up, vol up, spot down, vol up. Glorp, I think the market's broke. It's kind of confusing. Yeah. We've reached the end of the market and reality is unraveling. Sort of. Yeah. But if we keep getting call buying on or call selling on every pullback, then we can keep moving up. Theoretically. But only as long as puts aren't actively being sold. If there's an attempt to stop VIX from climbing. Okay, yeah. All right. So I got this. So as long as calls are being sold, we can keep going up. If they attempt to short VIX, though, we should go down. with puts. If they attempt to short VIX with puts. Or if they buy calls. Well, buy calls in excess of calls being sold. Anyone in chat gambling the upcoming NVIDIA earnings? It's a good way of putting it. Why the fuck will the price of my put keep going up when the price is going up? But IV's flat. This is the stupidest fucking shit ever. I don't want to touch this. This is nonsense. I don't know how to buy a call on this because all the calls are being sold. So the spreads are fucked. 50? That's got to be the target, right? That's where the most calls are sold. Dork, what the fuck is this shit, man? Maybe IBKR doesn't understand what the fuck's going on either. How do you efficiently price options like this? I mean, I guess you don't, right? That's the answer. How the fuck am I still upside down on the meta spread? 350, it's worth 4, but I'm down 10 bucks. Excuse me? I feel like I should buy more Vega. Maybe. Are they gonna try to squeeze the short calls at 50-50? They're squeezing all the calls. Every strike, the calls are sold. What's your input on the current stock market? It's gotten a bit blown out. Because it's a nice way of putting it. The whole thing is kind of crazy with price movements on the indexes. Yeah, it is. It's like a first time or the biggest like bull run in like half a century or something. Is JFresh more right or completely wrong if the entire exponential move happens today? Good question. I think we're still below my end of day target for today too. I think if we hit 5100 today, then JFresh should be just more right for the rest of the week. The collar doesn't roll till end of March. It's part of what's creating this really weird situation. But damn it, Dan, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, dude. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club if you need help after the stream. I appreciate it. The thing is, instead of downs after ridiculous ups, we get consolidation and more ups. Yeah. Well, that's because the thing that people do at the top of an upside move currently drives markets higher. Right? So normally when you get to the top of an upside move, people sell calls, buy puts. But if you do that here, that drives prices higher. But the things that drive a bull run higher, which is selling puts, buying calls, is bearish. So, in order for indexes to continue to climb, you need to sell calls. Either sell calls, buy puts, or buy to close, or not sell puts. So either buy puts or no put selling. But calls have to be continuously sold. How does the market go down in this scenario? Well, you can't short VIX. So the more you go up in this scenario, the more Vana increases. And if the Vana outweighs the Gamma, big down. Probably really quickly. At least Hum is doing the same thing as last week. You mean fucking nothing? Yeah, I know it's still going. It hasn't stopped. Well, okay, so Gamma on the weekly chain is now gone. So we are Vana positive. Well, the dealer is, because we're now above gamma max. When does this stop them before? July? What does this mean? What do we do? I don't know. Monthly GM's at 50.85. So yeah, there's still gamma from the monthly chain, but the gamma from like short dated options is, and that's where most of gamma exists, right? So gamma max on the weekly is kind of more important because more of the short dated options are on the weekly, and so that's where a large amount of the current gamma on the chain is. Like between today and this Friday, it's like 50% of the gamma on the entire SPX, and all of that is, well, pretty much all of that is on the XPXW. Can they just be moving GM faster than the price is realizing it? Yeah. I mean, if they're only selling calls, that moves GM up. 'Yeah, IWM's moving really hard. But most of that's probably in anticipation of CPI tomorrow. I don't think that really has a lot. Like, IWM's in a pretty stable place. I don't think that has a lot to do with like QQQ or SPX. Fifty-fifty. Could stop here at Gamma Max. This kind of makes the most sense, at least. We need to look for indications of bullish momentum to see prices drop. More calls being sold. More puts being bought. Sell calls, buy puts. That's pretty normal. See you later, trash. Kashkari talks at 1, Treasury Department at 2. Okay. Fucking Meta's almost at 480 already on day 1. Ridiculous. Well, 50 seems like a pretty solid resistance here. Not a lot of interest above 50, including sold calls above 50. Although, as we chop here, more calls are being sold. Hmm. Surely being smashed up against him would be bearish the rest of the week, right? Oh, against GM? Yeah. I mean, it's not very bullish. Until the end of this week, when we start to get closer to the SPX contracts, like the AM expiry, because then the gamma from those would kind of take over, but it's still too early in the week for that. There seems to be an ever increasing amount of puts for 150 Jan 2025. We're now up to 18K. Is this significant? Are you able to see if these are bought or sold? On what? Red candle, long time no see. Well, that's because they're shorting puts. Right? So if they short puts, they drive VIX vol down, price down. So the only move is sell calls. I don't that's not really a move though, right? I mean, the only way for indexes to go up is if is like sold calls exceed bought call interest. And that requires vol to continue rising. This is obviously not a common situation. It probably won't last long. I want to sell calls here, but if I sell calls, I'm gonna squeeze myself out. Can the money put debit? Um. Okay, that's kind of interesting. I don't want theta. Yeah, not on here. I can't do it. I assume we just have to continue higher. Mm. Bought a call? Yeah, because I think Vol's gonna move up again. And everyone else is selling calls. So I want to buy them. It'd be a shame if we spent the next 4 hours reversing all of this. Truly. You bought them because you're bullish, but that's bearish because they're bullish. I bought them because other bulls are bearish. Yeah. I'm stuck on a plane with positions open. What's happening? Nobody knows. How did we move from pancake flat to ride the rocket? More sold calls? I don't know. There wasn't really, I'm gonna be honest, there wasn't really enough change in options volume to drive any of this. This is just like the hedge tipped and we just started moving. It's just no good answer here. Is the dynamic changed? This... Kirk's one call was literally the tipping point. I wonder if we run out of call sellers. Hmm. Yeah, I don't want... Time for Netflix intraday puts. I don't know. It still hasn't tested 70. Why do you want to play Netflix? Oh, you're trying to play the short calls? That's... You can do it, but it's risky. I would say it's more risky on a slow day. If you get like a really early breakout in the morning, then it's worthwhile. But there weren't a lot of sold calls pulled back today, which is why the increase is really incremental. So probably riskier. If you can nail the peak of them, then maybe there's some opportunity, but I would say it's pretty risky. What's up with C3 AI? I don't know. It fucking bounced off 25 and rocketed for no reason. What about the Netflix that you talked about on the member stream? Yeah, so if that happens really early in the morning, then it's like an easy put entry. So like if it rockets up in the morning, and then like test the sold calls, then it's really easy to like pick up a put and wait for it to break down. And it did that this morning, but it only tested sold calls at like 62.50, right? 65, I guess. Well, almost 65. And so you kind of missed it, and this like gradual increase throughout the day. This is just a trend, right? This isn't really like bearish. So that's a very specific effect from opening low, like a low open from the prior day, and then sold calls are bought back. So buy to close calls. And that pushes the price up at market open. And then those calls are sold again. And then price starts to fail. You might take a look at IWM if you have time. Yeah, it's doing really well. It's above gamma neutral. It's not quite at the point where it's going to squeeze any of the short positions out, but it's pushing up into that range. Again, largely in anticipation of tomorrow. Because tomorrow's going to probably be a pretty big determining factor if we see yields stabilize or move up into the end of the month. And if yields are gonna stabilize or move down, then that's really bullish for IWM, which is massively leveraged both ways right now. What's a rising wedge? I have an SPXL bull call up and Vega SPX puts up. So with upside up and downside up, how is this possible even when moving? Yeah, so we've kind of been covering that. We're in a bit of a weird position on the market right now. So right now, vol up, price up, unless vol goes up too much, and then vol down, price down, or stagnant. But right now, we're still getting a decent amount of call selling, and that's bullish. I bought a NVIDIA 200 put leap last year when we thought NVIDIA was a short play that expired next month. Best way to get out of my position that's down 99%. Close it last year when it was down 70%. To be honest, I think I've been lost ever since. Good morning, everybody. I don't blame you. We're getting sold calls at 55 and 60 and 65 and 70. And I mean, a few bot calls, but more sold than bought. Which is bullish, right? So vol up. So selling the calls brings vol down. Squeezing the calls brings vol up. Vol up, price up. More squeeze fuel. There you go. Maybe I should just be happy I get stopped out and I don't have to think about it anymore. Is this gonna pull back at all today? No idea. If vol goes up too much, yes. Okay. Because we're below 50. What the fuck was that? Can I become the new Victor and ask if Tesla is dead? Yeah, Tesla failed the breakout this morning. Might be another opportunity on it after CPI, but I don't know. It's a big bag of shit. Okay, so if we lose the sold calls at 40, we could drop back to 30. That'd be a nice move. Why'd you switch from calls to puts? Because vol stopped going up? I'm not even sure if it's the right choice. My flight's about to take off. I can't wait to see where things end up in 2 hours. Have a safe flight, man. Just buy both. Oh, you can sit at 45 all day. That sounds terrible. 4, so 320. 20. She's a good day to inversely. I just keep getting chopped out of everything. Meta's doing good, though. I don't know why that debit spread's underperforming so much. Maybe I overpaid for it a little bit. Oh. Oh, chopped out again. What a fucking piece of shit. $42.50 end of day. No. $52.50 end of day. Sorry. Neither of those are happening. $50.75. That's not impossible. It's really unlikely, but it's not impossible. This feels like so many opportunities to sell calls. Gamma Max is at 45. We're here. So we almost tested 50-50. When do we turn around to set up the other side of the straddle? Close at 50-25. I mean, I don't think... ideally, I don't think bulls would want to turn this around. I do wonder what'll happen when more long options come in at end of day. I think all long options are bearish. Is SPX stable here? Unless short calls in the money close, yeah. What's going on with UGI? It seems like nat gas dropping has very little effect on UGI's price. That's why I bought it. But when nat gas spikes, UGI spikes. Yeah. I like it, by the way. That's because they're a utility provider first, and then they're a nat gas supplier second. In the money, sold calls close. Exactly. Yeah, Tesla's still slipping. I think if Tesla goes under, oh, okay, it did go under 90. There's a better confirmation than 90 though. Hold on, I gotta look at what level it is. Yeah, DN is at like 180, 188. So, let me double check that, but I think DN's at 188. 188.50. So if it falls below DN, pretty bearish. Mm. Is this where the market ends? I don't fucking know. No. I think technically we can still see 50, up to 50, 70. They've started that thing where they're just nonstop buying calls though, and I'm not sure that's going to be super bullish, but that's what they're doing. Looks like 55 and 60 mostly, but a little bit of 65, 70. No, there's no money on the sidelines. All the money's in the system. What are you talking about? What money on the side? U.S. savings accounts are like the lowest they've ever been historically. Are you talking about money markets? Those are already leveraged. Do they buy long calls to ease the buying pressure for the MMs so they can stay Vega negative for longer? I don't know what the effect of this is going to be here. Normally when we start seeing them buy shitloads of out of the money calls, it's really bullish. Um, but here we are at Gamma Max, pretty far from VN. And we've climbed up here on the back of sold calls, so it's kind of hard to say what that spike will do. Bina doing a thingy today? What's it doing? Ooh, nice. It's up like 5%. Cool. Hmm. Hmm. They're still buying calls. I mean, yeah, I see that. Do you think something similar to December 20th might happen? Um, That was kind of like when we just sold off all day, right? We had that like big dump into close. Possibly, but I think it's too early still. And we weren't really pushed to the same extremes there that we are now. We're like our current situation's a lot more similar to like July, like the top of July, which was really around the 19th. Um that's when we kind of like made that last leg up, and we came within like $5 of Gamma Max on the SPX. And then we fell back and then we kind of climbed up a little bit, and then we started breaking down into the beginning of August. But as far as positioning goes, there's some similarities there. Any hope for a little reversal? Sure, but it might be very small. Like it may not go below like 40. It may not even test 40, honestly. I think if we get reversals at this point, they're probably big reversals. Otherwise, we just stagnate. XRT's like seeing some looks like it's seeing some like cover bid today. What's up? Most of the retail shit seems to be doing pretty well. Like all the memes are doing pretty good. Express is up like 6%. Jamie is up too. Macy's is up. Nordstrom's is up. Kohl's is up. Yeah, XRT's almost up 2% right now. A lot of that is also IWM is up. And we have retail sales later this week. They're hammering down Nvidia now. Okay. I mean, after they squeezed off all the 725 sold calls. Jesus fucking Christ. What a ridiculous stock. Yeah, Nvidia's taking a beating. Tesla below GN? Yeah, that's a decent short opportunity. Just barely. It's 188.41, I believe. Oh, we almost tested 40. Oh, they stopped buying calls. Do you want to play the downside of DN on Tesla? Okay, so Tesla lost that. If it loses 87.66, fall below support, down to 80. Hmm. All right. Did you see the data that Nvidia market cap is greater than all of XRE? Yeah, with like 3 point, was it 3.1% or 3.1 times fewer cash flows? What is this nonsense about Meta announcing dividends per market watch? Weren't they issuing debt to perform share buybacks? Both. Both. They issued a dividend at earnings of 50 cents a share, and then they allocated more capital to buybacks. If 40 breaks, would that be significant? Yeah. Yeah, 40 is an important level. I don't know what's I don't know what's more important, like falling below the calls or losing the charm from those calls being in the money. But I mean, yeah, 40 matters. Can I borrow 35K to borrow Dork's used mag? He said I could sleep in a futon and listen to him go to Pound Town on his girlfriend. Um, no. But if you can get it appraised at 35K, we could talk. Dirk did a self appraisal. He's not certified. Me and Dirk have been through this. Dividends have only risen 29% in like a lot of years. I forgot what I read, but mark it up a bunch. Shouldn't dividends go up? Instead, we get buybacks. I mean, some dividends have gone up. Tech doesn't really have a lot of dividends, generally speaking. I took an art appraisal Udemy course. Where's your certificate? I appraised it at 40K. You're getting a deal. I need some other rich person to buy it for 40K, and then I could buy it for 50. It's on the fridge. When IWM signs of weakness, I only have half my position built up and need more under 188. You better fucking hope CPI misses or you're gonna get blown up. This market disgusts me, as it should. Man, I can't wait for some more of that market down, vol down, hot price action. This is weird, but it's way more interesting than almost all of last week's garbage. I liked last week's garbage. It made sense. I'd much rather have chop that makes sense than whatever the fuck this shit is. Up fucking $20 on flat vol. I took 3 art history classes in college because 95% of the classes are girls. That's why I took chorus in high school. It was a smart move. We're going to 5,500. No, we're not. Remember yesterday when you compared NVIDIA to 2020 Tesla? Maybe SPX is there now too. Um, I mean, I think it's well past that. SPX is at like 2021 Tesla. Hmm. Serenade us, Pickle Man, with what? Wonderwall. Fuck you, dork. What do you got? Hmm. Interesting. But that's just that's like net exposure, right? Hmm. Comes back up again. IWM seems to be topping out a little bit. Um, Affirm's up 7%. Upstart's up 6. Nvidia's up 2. The fact that Nvidia almost tested fucking 750 today is insane. How's call volume? Well, let me take a look. We're continuing to see sold calls come in. As far as volume goes, I'm not really sure. We're getting a lot of sold calls. So maybe now they're far enough out of the money. Or it's profit taking in the money. Tesla Greeks, the one that matters right now is gamma neutral, which is 188.41. And then I think delta neutral is pretty close to that. Delta neutral's at 192.80. So it's both below gamma and delta neutral right now. Or well, I guess it bounced back above gamma neutral, but it's still below delta neutral. Seems like they're doing this SQX squeezing themselves nonsense and using SPY and make 7 calls and puts to make their money. I mean, that's kind of how dispersion works, right? You sell index vol, you go long vol the underlying basket. I wouldn't use Nvidia as a Vega play. So we get Gherkin. Yeah, I'm fucking like super tired. Ugh. Dude, the SPX all day is odd. It's not just the 5 minute. The whole thing's fucked up. Make sold calls bearish again. That'd be cool. Only one red week out of the past 15 weeks. Makes sense. Yep. 16. One red week out of the 16 weeks. Even if we drop here, they'll pump again later. Maybe. I don't know. If we're still in the same range and they move into like long calls, long puts for tomorrow's CPI, the net effect of that might be bearish. Because they'd essentially be reducing the MM's long delta from both sides. Good call on the bull call spread. Pleasure making money with you. No problem. Yeah, they're pretty awesome. They're particularly good at catching these like breakouts to like stupid slow grinds to the upside. They excel at being a good position for that. Does this current market look anything like the .com bubble? Is Nvidia the new Cisco? I think the .com bubble had better breadth, right? You had hundreds of tech companies that were all massively overvalued. Now we just have seven tech companies that are massively overvalued, right? Well, there's like 8 other ones that are pretty overvalued, but not ridiculously so. I don't know. Can you, Hugh? I should have bought more of those. I guess I still have the straddle. Although I'll probably regret not cutting it higher. Is this thing falling? Okay, so vol is going down. Sort of. Yeah, it's sort of falling. Like we had that rush of call buying, which was bearish. And then that ended. And we've kind of stabilized since they stopped buying calls. But now the volume's just kind of pretty low across the board. So I think it's really gonna, whether we break down further is gonna really depend on the type of positioning that starts to roll in. Like if we see a lot of sold puts or bought calls, we'll probably go down more. But if we start seeing like a lot of call selling again or put buying, we might push up and see an increase in vol. So in a mirror world, kind of, yeah. Partially in a mirror world. I think mostly on shorter dated options. I think like SPX like the monthly contracts aren't really in a position to see that effect as much as the SPXW, but SPXW is where all the gamma is, so maybe it's a good thing I got stopped out of Meta raw calls. Yeah, if you just had calls on Meta, just like straight up calls, probably best to get stopped. If I'd just gone long calls, I would have closed them already too. It seems like a pretty awkward spot for bulls to be in. Yeah, well, here's the thing: it's like eventually you're gonna run out of call sellers or like willing call sellers, right? Like we move up, test resistance, pull back, people sell calls, they get fucking squeezed out on the next move up, right? They sell calls again, and then the next move up, you're just gonna get fewer and fewer call sellers every time. Where would you have closed meta calls? Probably like right here. I was in them at like right at market open, so yeah, I probably would have closed like on the double top. Maybe stopped out there. I definitely would have set a stop on this first one. But I have debit spreads, so and if CPI is like flat or cool tomorrow, meta's just gonna probably continue up. I don't see any reason for it to stop here. It's already past like that call wall at 70. It's got a pretty good ramp up to like 80, 85. Hmm. 50, 40, 69. BTC over 50K. Oh, is BTC running hard today? Oh, are BTC OPEX is about to begin? The dollar's been coming down a bit this morning, but yields are still pretty flat. I'm learning that. I read Pickles Picks and thought, if you're getting meta spreads for the week, I'm gonna need tight stops for my calls and probably sell same day because of CPI. How dare you make me smarter? If you don't get 45 back on this push, if they don't get back 45 on this push, that would be ideal. I don't know if it matters. This isn't really a push. At least not in the logical sense. Like, this is more sold calls out of the money. Hmm. Does Tesla reversal have legs? Could, yeah. I mean, it's very early to tell, but it did lose delta neutral. Another breakdown of, so it found support at the technical level after breaking through GN. It found support at 187.66. Exactly, 187.70. Pretty close. If this fails the breakout of DN or fails before a test of DN, that's really bearish. Then yeah, it can start to, like, the next time it falls through gamma neutral, it can start to kind of move down into this range. It's like a little bit of support maybe at like 85, 82.50, 80. But it can just keep falling. However, if it bounces here, breaks DN, back to bullish. DN's up here. 192.80. What's a bubble? It's a hmm. That's a, that's a good question. That's not, it's not a balloon. It's like a liquid or a solid that's inflated. Thin sphere of liquid enclosing air or another gas. Okay. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, Jason, we weren't, stop being so literal. Hmm. When I announce a partnership with NVIDIA, will my port also go up 1,000%? only if you get a sufficient number of H100s and a payday loan against them. Stable above 40 now. Push doesn't really work. Squeeze out sold calls, possibly. But there's no like pushing. If they push, we're gonna collapse again. So it's sit here, let the hedge out the sold call exposure. Yeah, grind up. Yeah. Such a weird fucking. I don't even know what to make of this. It's so strange. Do you have exposure to top? Yeah, I have some synth longs at $2. I mean, it's super risky, but the risk reward is gigantic, right? And the cost is minimal to get exposure. So it's like, I mean, it's money I'm more than willing to just throw away, but if it prints, awesome. Part of me thinks there's a psychological play. Many bulls didn't know selling puts was bad for them. So they may not know buying calls is bad now. So they accidentally pump down. I mean, yeah, but we already saw that, right? They're not gonna. I mean, most institutions are gonna adjust their models pretty quickly when they, went long calls here and the price dropped, or anybody big enough to move the market is gonna fucking adjust their model really quickly. You're not affecting the hedge very much with an individual option. Pardon? I have 500 shares of TUP. It's whatever. Yeah, it's. What? My one option doesn't control the market? Baloney. It does not. I mean, theoretically, if there's one call bought for every two calls sold, then we can keep going up, right? That's still bullish. It's just if the number of bought calls exceed the number of sold calls that it would be bearish. My way out of the money NVIDIA puts are climbing all day. April's what do? Some of that might just be the effect of like earnings IV starting to be priced in. We're getting pretty close to NVIDIA earnings, right? Like 1 week out or 2 weeks out. Why does the market move against every single option I buy? Well, today's backwards day, so what was Feb 22nd? Oh, NVIDIA earnings. 21st. Next week. I think if Meta breaks 180 today or into tomorrow morning, I'm gonna close the short puts. Especially if more call interest picks up. Or the short calls, rather. Big snowstorm tomorrow in New York City, apparently. Did you get groceries? I've got food here. I don't think I need to worry about that. I think I heard something about that this morning. But I should have plenty of stuff. Public schools closed tomorrow, announced already. Huh. It's gonna be that bad? Do I need to do anything today? Maybe. Hmm. Grinding up so far seems legit. Uh, we also have Gamma Max in play here, which makes things even weirder, but where it is relative to spot right now is questionable. When you live in America, if you've got dust on the ground, you close everything. I mean, it hasn't in a long time, but it used to snow like crazy in New York. Just as much as you fucking Canadians. Unless you live in, like, Edmonton or something. Like in the middle of fucking nowhere. Yeah, now it's just pretty temperate here all the time. Global warming for the win. There's a little bit of squeeze fuel at 55.60 now. Although calls have kind of stopped selling off. I think Lyme disease has entered the chat. Well, you don't have Lyme disease in New York City. I don't think I've ever seen a tick in New York City. There's no fucking animals here. Oh, there's rats, but no, no plague. I'd hate to get bit by one of those Lone Star ticks that can make you allergic to meat. That happened to Dave. Dave of the Pigeon Well Daves. Yeah, that's terrible. Bed bugs. We do have bed bugs. Yeah. Fortunately, I've never had them, but I know people who have, and it's. I mean, they're not that bad, right? Like, it's just like they bite you and it's itchy, but like, I think psychologically it fucks people up. Did we know Schwab increased their position by 10%? No, but they may just be doing that to get short borrows. Does Dave go into anaphylactic shock if he eats steak? I have no idea. I think you just get really sick. I don't know if it causes like anaphylaxis, but I think it makes you like violently ill gastrointestinally. Okay, cockroaches are not common in America. You shouldn't have cockroaches in your fucking house. Hmm. I've never seen any in Canada at all. I've never seen any in a clean house. New Orleans entered the chat. No matter what, cockroaches are there. Yeah, so instead of using chemicals to kill roaches, you can just use uh what's it called? Uh yeah, diatomaceous earth. Blowtorch, nukes, and barracks. I mean, it does kill the nest because it kills all the roaches that go out for food, right? That's also really good for getting rid of bed bugs or keeping bed bugs out of your apartment. Probably not good to inhale it. I don't really know how dangerous that is. But they sell it in tubes with like a substrate. So it doesn't become airborne. Like those like caulking tubes of like the little whoop, like one of those. Uh, but they sell it with like that, like a glue in it, or like a petroleum jelly or something like that. Yeah. And then you can, thanks Jason. And then you could like lay that like along like the inside of your cupboards and stuff. And it won't become airborne, but if the like bugs crawl over it, it'll still kill them. Tesla doing a bear flag? Well, it's either going to do a bear flag or it's going to bounce all the way back to delta neutral. Right now, it's doing a bear flag. All right, second time at this level. Should I be fucking trying to sell calls or waiting to see if we move up higher? Sell calls so we move up higher? Ah, I hate that. Don't remind me. Breaking GM isn't bullish. I have like a jar of this chemical. Like it comes in like a glass jar and it's from like the 30s. It was like my great grandfather's, and it's got some pesticide in it that just kills all the bed bugs. I don't know what it's called, but it's insanely effective. It's not uranium. I don't think it's DDT. It's something else. It was in my great grandmother's garage. Do you know it's illegal to have a pullback larger than $5? Yeah. Hmm. Maybe it is DDT. Huh. Just look at like old bottles with sectilicide and it looks a lot like DDT. With these evaluations, you'd think they just announced AI sex bots, right? That would make a lot more sense. Vol's going up again, so that's bullish, I think. A channel covering the Russia-Ukraine conflict is going over the hidden off-balance sheet debts you mentioned months ago. Weird. Nice. DDT so safe you can eat it. Advertisers from 1947. Yeah, keep ticks off your baby. Bathe them in DDT. Right? Some of the fucking ads from back then are insane. It's like, oh, your child cries too much? How about some laudanum? Although they handled crazy girlfriends much the same way we do now. Vibrators. Uh, Carbaryl is a common pesticide that's white powder mixed in water. Yeah, whatever this stuff is, it's kind of oily. My favorite is that you can put old batteries in a campfire and they make pretty colors as they burn. Well, those weren't lithium batteries, right? Back then. Look at that SPX failure. It's not that impressive, though. It's just kind of more chop and still volatility increasing. The smoke is still very toxic. I mean, so's the smoke from burning wood. Simpler times, man. Side effects 10 times worse than the thing you're trying to cure. Who cares? I wish we still had that same, like, go get 'em approach to modern medicine, though, you know? Like, how many drugs have been killed by the FDA that probably would have been fine? People didn't live to be 50 like half a century ago. People lived to pretty old age. They lived longer than we will half a century ago. What's this? Vol up, market down. Oh, they're selling puts. Awesome. They're killing NVIDIA. They need to stop this. It's going to crash Meta. NVIDIA's having a crazy fucking day. Jesus Christ. I should have scalped this. I mean, yeah, it's still very meh. We went down $4. If vol keeps rising, though, that's dangerous. Listen to video of the market? Pretty fucking close. Oh, because they started buying calls again. You didn't tell me, Dork, that people were getting bullish. Oh, see, that's interesting. Okay. Someone hit the circuit breaker on VIX. Stop this nonsense. That'd be cool. Did we get some news or something? What the fuck just happened? It was like Barkin spoke like an hour ago. Oh, I didn't know Biden spoke today. He said, we know prices are still too high. We're calling on corporations to pass savings on to consumers. What an effective tactic. You guys, stop that. But Mega Biden Twitter post, that was fucking awesome. He's got my vote. That sealed the deal for me. Bidenomics. Hey guys, stop fleecing consumers. FDR is rolling in his grave. We should be able to find some support. If vol keeps going up, though, we absolutely won't. Did you see his NFL post where he's talking about shrinkflation? Yes. Yeah, it looks like the Tesla bear flag's starting to break down. Alright, so Bulls got fucked buying calls. Now what happens? Nothing? Support at 40. A little bit of support at 30. I guess theoretically we could drop, but call selling's picking up a little bit. So maybe that'll stabilize things unless vol continues to climb. Nvidia got fucking hammered, man. Ouch. Just $10 drop like that. That's so much fun. Trading all these boring stocks. I still gotta backtest that straddle on Nvidia. I'm convinced it pays more than SPX. I can't believe Taylor Swift won the Super Bowl in her rookie season. There's nothing she can't do. How can 48.15, 48.20, 48.25 puts for Friday? I'll be $1 on the ask. How? And I don't think anybody thinks we're gonna drop to 48.15, Varix. My nearly retired father just asked me if he should invest in Bitcoin. Top is in, lads. Not the top for Bitcoin, though. He's gonna buy the weekly 750, right? Your Netflix price action's playing out nicely. I had a friend who believes Palantir will go to $500. Well, we all know idiots. That straddle does pay more, 30 to 40% on average for me these past 2 weeks. Interesting. Still poor, but what NQB doing right now? Dumping? Just giving up the entirety of the day's gains all at once. Can we keep dumping? We should find a little bit of... I feel like we should find a little bit of support soon. But yeah, I mean, potentially we could. It's kind of weird because I don't know. I'm not entirely sure how the MM behaves on the dip buy here. Like, I don't think the MM's buying the dips. Or at least if they are, they're not buying them as much as they should be. So it's tricky. And then call buying is bearish, right? Because it's gonna push up vol. So yeah, it's a bit hard to determine how the market's gonna react after a dump. Well, we can only V if calls are sold. So if somebody steps in here and sells a bunch of calls, but who's gonna sell a bunch of calls at the bottom of a dip, right? Nobody's gonna do that, and so the dip just keeps going. I think because people are gonna come in and buy calls, and that's bearish. I love it when bulls break the market. It's so fucking dumb, though. This is basically the MM telling participants to take profits and call it a month. I mean, yeah, there's mechanics in the market that create balance. I mean, I guess is one way to think of it. Checks and balances. There are no checks and balances. We're above 5K. How do current valuations affect margin and your expectation of the strength of this SLD period? We're still pretty far away from gamma neutral, so, and we have pretty positive charm flows this week, so I don't think we should see any significant bearish price action unless we start to see the supporting calls either fall off or we fall below them in the early part of the week. And that's why CPI is so important, because if CPI drives us down below the in the money calls that are supporting that positive charm into the end of the week, they're going to drive that charm down, right? And then if charm is negative into the back half of the week, that gets really bearish really fast. I don't think that's going to happen, but a hot CPI print does present some risk of that happening. No single person has checked the bulls in months. Well, I mean, it's more dynamic than that. The position is constantly rolling, right? And every expiry and every big expiry, parts of that risk fall off, and then they can create new risk. I mean, every day you have a little bit of Vega exposure falling off. And then you have that day's Vega piling in. And so as long as these are kind of in balance, then it's fine. But the problem is over time, the value of selling volatility drops, right? So you get diminishing returns on selling that Vega. I should have kept those fucking puts I got stopped out of open. Jesus Christ. Is Nvidia dead? It's having a rough day. It still has a larger market cap, I think, than Amazon. Oh, nope, it fell back below Amazon. And Google. Oh, Nvidia back to 5th place? Pathetic. They keep buying calls, dork, but calls aren't bullish. No, they're not. This is hilarious. Sometimes I need to have more faith in my fucking absurd assessment of the market. At least I got stopped out of my straddle pretty close to the top. Can we re-enter meta now and do it all again tomorrow? I'm kind of wondering if I should go long Nvidia once we find some support. I want to scalp that test of fucking 750 again. This is bullshit, by the way. This market is bullshit. I did tell you if we had a drop, it wouldn't be a small one. No, QQQ is getting dip buys, but buying the dip is bearish. There's been lots of dip buying all the way down. It's just, that's not a bullish thing. It's because the knave, like the, this is, it's really weird, but the knave, like the knave assumption of MM's delta hedging is that participants are buying calls or selling calls and buying puts, right? Which leaves the short calls, long puts, right? Or short. Sorry, the participant is short calls. The is long calls, short puts, right? Okay. And so what's happened here, because of we've had so much volatility selling, is that the is both short calls and short puts. Oh no, short calls, long puts. Okay, yeah. So the is now short calls, long puts instead of long calls, short puts. And so this changes the dynamic of market maker hedging completely. So this means that on weakness or a drop in the market, the is, even though the is positive gamma, they're selling delta because they're long puts. And on a rise in the market, they're also selling delta because they're short calls. And so as long as calls keep being sold, the market can go up, but at the same time, volatility has to go up. So price and vol both have to go up together. And this is why you get like spot up, VIX up. But if you buy calls, you're reducing the short call exposure, which is bearish. And then if you're buying calls on the downside, you're pushing the market maker to sell more delta. So if you're dropping, so price down, vol down, you're providing the liquidity for the market maker to sell off their delta. So you're basically like, if you get bullish on the dip, which is, you know, what happened here, right? Is everyone came in and bought calls. They provided the liquidity for the market maker to continue selling off. Now, and that's fine till volatility moves to a level where Vana takes over for Gamma. Which may be part of what we saw here at the start of the breakdown, is that like vol moved up so much that the Vana hedge exceeded the Gamma hedge, and the market maker just started selling everything. So I mean, you can keep selling calls, and the market maker will keep hedging up and hedging up and hedging up. But as they do that, volatility climbs and climbs and climbs. And when volatility reaches that break point where where they're no longer hedging Gamma, and they start hedging Vana, everything just sells off. And anybody who goes long in the sell off provides more liquidity for the market to sell off even more. Uh, so just don't buy anything. I mean, you as an individual person, you're not going to have much of an effect, but understanding where the market maker's book is going to break intraday is kind of difficult. It's pronounced crime. That was me. You just exploded my brain. Thanks. Yeah, this is very particularly an effect of both, Vega being oversold in both directions, us being above Vega neutral, and our proximity to Gamma Max. Because remember, at Gamma Max, the market maker is no longer hedging Gamma to the upside, right? And Gamma Max this morning was kind of right around here on the SPXW. It was like 150.45 ish. Um, and that probably moved around a little on the intraday, but not very much, obviously. So above this point, the MM's no longer hedging Gamma, which means that volatility is going to increase, and Vana's gonna that Vana, like that short Vana, is gonna kind of take over. And when that flips, the market maker sells everything. So that's why I was telling you guys, back here when people were like, "Oh my god, it's gonna keep going," was, if we have a drop, like a real drop, it's gonna be big, because on that drop, the market maker is just gonna fucking sell everything off. How can they get it down? Well, now that we've dropped, they could sell puts again. We're closer. We're much closer to VN, so they could potentially short vol here. If we've stabilized, they should be able to short vol. Either by selling calls, right? We start the whole process all over again. Start selling the 35, the 40, the 45 call, and then they could, sell the 20 or 15 10 put, right? And if they start doing this and selling and selling and selling, then, we'll start to climb back up again. I mean, it's particular to today's positioning, but I mean, it's the SPXW chain we're mostly focused on. As we get closer to the end of this week, that effect should lessen, because the gamma on the SPX chain is going to increase. I wanna buy some puts. If I may, the meatball slid off the counter. It kind of rolled back to the edge of the shelf. It hasn't slid off the counter. If we go below 50.20, it'll fall off the counter. That's far more impactful. Because then the MM's gonna start hedging those short puts going into the money, right? That's when you get like big downs, like 150 basis points or more. Because the market maker is gonna they're just gonna hedge all the way down to the bottom, like the bottom concentration of their short puts, which is down at like 49.50 right now for the shorter dated ones. That's a different story. We're not there yet. And there's a gap between, where VN ends around like, say like 50-20, right? And where GN is. And in that gap between VN and GN, the market maker is a buyer of weakness, right? So that can bounce. Like that range has much more stability. So this range, dangerous for bulls. This range, dangerous for bulls. In between here, more stable. So this is like the stable range below us. The problem is the market is pumped faster than the MM's book has caught up to it, right? So, the MM's still hedging all this shit down here. And the market's up here. And that creates this. That's a lot of what creates this situation. I think we can stabilize here. 50-30 is like a big wall of options, so. And we know they're selling options, right? So if they crush VIX, which is what I was saying, they sell the out of the money calls, they sell the out of the money puts, they drive VIX down, then the MM is going to hedge up. Yeah, weekly GNVN. The SPX, like the SPX, the monthly VNGN, those are far harder resistances, right? I mean, like at gamma max on SPX, theoretically, all gamma hedging should cease. And so the only way to exceed that would be to buy fuck tons of delta. There might be like some effect from like speed overshooting it or something like that, but I mean it would be very brief, and then you would be caught in a range where there is no gamma hedge, and the market would just fall back to where the gamma hedge is. And we get a little bit of that effect here, right, on the weekly. But SPX, like the SPX chain, is far larger notionally than SPXW. So the SPX gamma max is like that's like a hard line. This is a little more flexible. But remember, all the intraday options being bought on SPX are SPXW contracts. So all the 0DTs, those are all SPXW. All the calls for tomorrow are SPXW. The only thing that affects the SPX chain is that AM contract. Between VN, GN, buy the meatball. Above VN, below GN, sell the meatball. Okay, yeah. Well, if we're gonna use the meatball, hold on. So let's go like this. Up here, the MM is pushing the meatball away from it. Right. Down here, the MM is pushing the meatball up. Below here, the MM is pushing the meatball down again. And above VN, it just gets kind of harder to, like, you run into... above VN, the MM pushes back against the meatball more and more the higher you climb. I don't understand the meatball analogy, but now I'm hungry. You clip an explanation about price action today, or maybe a small write up on Twitter. That would require me making charts that I don't. I hate Excel. I really don't want to make charts. Maybe. But then people are gonna be like, "What do you mean? Prove it." That doesn't make any sense. I use the naive assumption for the market maker at all times. Yeah, maybe not. I don't know. I don't mind talking about it like academically, but when you start posting shit, people want the goodies, and then they can fuck off, right? I'm not giving anyone alpha on Twitter. Keep your hands off the goodies. Yeah. Ah, yes. VWAP, my favorite. VWAP's still beautiful. VWAP's not even the best technical indicator, but it's so easy, right? It's one of the best, but it's stupid easy to play, right? If you test VWAP from the bottom, you go long. If you test it from the top, you go short. It gives a good amount of information. And the right kind of information, right? I've just figured out what VWAP is after 3 years. Congratulations, man. No one's eating the meatball, just pushing it around. Yeah, pretty much. Well, actually, if we drop hard enough, JPM could eat the meatball. But that's like a market crash. It tells you something about the distribution of volume on a stock, but you don't even need to know that. Just fucking look at it. That's why I made the hat, because it's like, it's so fucking simple. I'm gonna start another cash account, and we're just gonna trade VWAP all day. Ew. I have to show people. Kinky, I'm in. It'll just be like every other streamer. Trade MNQ Futes? Ooh, we could do that, yeah. What's the minimum for a futures account? I'm gonna start one right now. How much can I get away with? You're like 2K for MNQ, right? Just send me 500,000 and I'll trade futures for you. Wait, so you don't want any fees or money? You just want the account? If I could limit your losses to like 5K a day somehow, it's not even that bad of a deal. But you're not allowed to look at for 5 years. How long? How hard is futures trading relative to normal SPX? It's pretty easy. I mean, unless you have a lot of money, you can't even carry futures contracts like overnight. So you're really limited in the amount of risk you can take by the margin restrictions. Did you see your recurring monthly deposit of 10K for growth? I think the clowns figured out how to keep us from dying without eating a big old cracker. Well, we landed on all the sold calls at 50-30 that started driving this fucking stupid price action in the first place. But if they sell too many puts here trying to buy calls, they're gonna tank it again. I have an inverse call broken wing on meta, but I also have some debit spreads on it as well. Meta is shit in the bed now, which is unfortunate. But QQQ dumped pretty hard today. I'm assuming it's gonna bounce back. It might not. Either way, I can't close the debit spreads, so it doesn't matter. I have like 60, 50 or 60 like far out of the money SPX puts. 4250, 4200, 4150, 4100, I think. They're mostly Vega exposed, but I mean if we had like a really big drop, I'd make a lot of money on them. I have some dead straddle legs that expire end of this week, end of this month. From like put side straddles that I just didn't close. Those are still there. Although I did sell some puts against them. So right now they're actually just bull credit spreads, but the puts I sold against them are a bit shorter dated. So there's still a chance that they could print. Just tuned in. What the fuck is this shit? Yeah, it's complicated. If 5K with 10K margin, would that be a sufficient futures port to actually swing it? Yeah, you could. No, not strangle straddle. Mostly, I mean, if you're just trading with that amount of money, you're probably just trading like breakouts and stuff with bracket orders, breakouts and breakdowns, bracket orders. No, I don't, Bob. Most days I'd rather trade SPX options than futures. But on really choppy days, futures are kind of nice. Most of my longer like index swings and stuff are on futures. Or if I need to hedge things in pre-market, I'll use futures for that. Um, I play VIX futures every weekend, which you guys have been aware of. I've been doing that for like 10 weeks now. Although this weekend I almost didn't make money. This one was pretty close. It opened higher, fortunately, but it immediately came back down, which kind of sucked. Definitely not as good as last week. Well, I mean, on futures, you can trade like a 3 point move, right? Which on SPX you really can't. You need more substantial moves on SPX. But the payout on SPX is better. And they're both tax preferred. No, no, my weekend VIX shit. I just go long VIX every weekend because it spikes every Monday morning. Um, but it has nothing to do with hedging. I just SPX looks pretty flat right now. Like not a lot of either going on. Not a lot of buying, not a lot of selling. Yeah, really flat. Fuck man, Meta almost fell all the way back to fucking spot. Jesus Christ. It's gonna be peak irony if today actually ends just flat like I said it would. The drawdown for me is emotionally different and it took me some time and money to get used to. New to futures, do yourself a favor and do micros for a while. Yeah, you gotta get past that like that hump where you learn to place your bracket orders properly. Otherwise, like I've seen people burn up 2 grand in futures accounts just getting stopped out on positions over and over and over again. They don't trade quite the same way as SPX because they trade tick by tick. Yeah, it's a lot different than being down on an options contract. When are you going to teach us advanced classes like technical analysis on the VIX? It's too soon. What does your intuition think will happen for CPI? I think we get hot core. I think hot core, soft headline. Do you think core is ignored once again? I mean, our last inflation print was hot all around, and it was largely ignored. The problem with this one is I'm not sure anybody's really estimating properly for the changes in seasonal weighting. So I think there's a chance that whichever direction it prints, it could be either a big miss or it could be a big miss either way. So hot core but market rallies. So no, okay, yeah, but probably not much after Wednesday. Like I think headline cool enough that we get a little rally off of the print. Maybe. We do have mechanical issues with the indexes rallying right now, as evidenced by today. But I think we could like push to the upside one more time this week, and then you know then we get like retail sales Thursday. I don't expect those to be very good, and that might start to drag the bear case into focus. Microsoft Core. Got to name the hedge fund mega hard. Have you seen ARMS? SoftBank's selling out. Looks like they better get rid of those bags. Oh, they bought too many calls again. Hey. This is insane. Yeah, I know. Tesla lost gamma neutral again. Is SoftBank in a lockout period? Get fucked. I wonder if Kenny is on the trading floor of Citadel right now shouting, "Who the fuck keeps buying these goddamn calls?" Kenny's a market maker. He's probably fucking stoked that everybody's buying calls. Yeah, yeah. After getting stopped out on 3 sets of puts today, I should have just held them all. Ooh, more vol up. This is getting spicy. Meta should be pretty safe. Well, maybe not, but safer than most on the drop. Russell's kind of giving it back too. Dude, NQ's dropping hard as a fucking rock right now. It's down 90 bips from the peak. Is this bearish? Yeah, well, losing 50-20 is pretty bearish. If we lose, we're below VN now, I think. If we lose the collar, that's really bearish. What's up? What did I just come back to? The Bulls fucked themselves, but really hard this time. My puts are ripping. We've got to protect the collar, right? How much is a 30 call? Huh. Are we still hopeful of beyond? I mean, not hopeful, but I'd like to see it go back down again. Well, we should start to find some stability below Vega neutral, which we're now below. So, and I don't think bulls want to lose the collar. CPI data is not leaked. Jesus Christ. The bulls just forced the MM to sell off their hedge. No, it's not nearly a large enough move in volatility. It's a nice move, but it's not large enough. Not big ups, but probably I can see us retesting 30. Hmm. What's our downside potential? Well, as long as we don't lose the collar, I think we've realized all of it. If we fall through the collar, we could test 5,000. It does look like bulls are starting to recover it here a bit. We should be, as far as the hedge goes, we should be stable here. We're back below VN, or mostly back below VN, so we should have some stability here. The should be buying the dip now. That may mean that this just trades flat into close, but it's definitely more stable. All right, Dork. I'll see you. Have fun yodeling. Hmm. Well, VN has some range, but yeah, I mean we're still above a lot of the sold puts that are on the chain, but we're below the sold puts from today. Kind of. Nice, struggle works. Yeah, I wish I just stayed at my puts instead of getting stopped out. I bought so many of them today. I would fucking hold on to any of them. Hmm. Did you play VWAP on SGX via ES VWAP? Yeah, you could do that. You still have your Tesla put? Yeah, I do. But I think I risked off like 6 puts at the top, and they got stopped out. So I think those were at like 35 and 40. It is what it is. If they kept selling calls, we could have kept going up. So I don't feel bad about getting stopped out. It's just that was one hell of a drop. Is Todd's family gonna be okay if he loses his job? Maybe. TLT not looking too hot. Yeah, the top end of the yield curve still kind of down for the day. Dixie's back up a little bit. Russell bounced on the bottom there. So we're kind of finding some support everywhere here, but I think I'm gonna sell some puts. There's no GFV at my cash account to stack puts with unsettled for that drop. Thanks for your insight as to the instability with bulls. I never would have made a killing on that play. Nice, dude. Congratulations. I sold some CSP on Riot today. Volatility reminds me of GME all over again. Am I making a huge mistake? Probably, yeah. I mean, miners definitely don't benefit. I don't think they benefit very much from the halving, but um, I guess near term it could have some volatility. I wouldn't want CSPs on it though. Not unless the yield was exceptional. Too much vol for CSPs, I think. I definitely wouldn't want to own it. Sold 14s, 1.5 cent return, 1.5% return on risk. What, weeklies? That's a very low yield. Is that really far out of the money or something? I don't know what the fuck Riot's trading at. Eh. I mean, you're far enough out of the money that you can close, so most of the risk is gone at this point. But I mean, super sensitive to Bitcoin price, which is, I mean, probably one of the most volatile assets on the planet, right? So I think now the question is do bulls try to pump again? Because if bulls try to pump from here, they should be pretty successful until we get to 50-30. And then it gets weird again. But did you already touch on your CPI predictions? So I'll do a little write up on them tonight. But yeah. I think core could be a little hot. Headline I think is gonna be flat or cool. But I'm still not entirely like I haven't read through all of the seasonal adjustment shit yet, so I'm not 100% certain that's gonna be accurate. I know December moved up, and much of the price pressure that drove December higher is likely to be seen in this report. So there is a chance that we get hot across the board. But I don't want to lean too heavily into that because the seasonal adjustments are still kind of misunderstood. I will say that we are probably either this report or next report, we're going to start to see the effects of the higher shipping costs, both containers and oil. Um, and this might be the first report we kind of see that because it was showing up in PCE a little bit already. Um, and so that should kind of roll over. Oh, and also it was showing up in PMIs. So yeah, some of that might be realized this week. And if it is, then we could definitely have a hot print. Not only for CPI but PPI as well. Do you think they can get it back to GM? That might be a tall order. A lot of the short calls that were open to the upside closed on the drop, right? They made their money. Um, we might be able to get up to like 40, but I don't think we could get up to 45 again. Although I don't think things are going to get more bearish today. I think that might be the end of the bearishness. But I do think this week's going to get kind of bearish. Maybe I should open something for Friday while we're still up here. Kind of a big risk. I don't know if this account can really support that. 25. Well, maybe I'll wait till after CPI. Or will that be too late? That could be too late. Maybe CPI doesn't fucking matter. Hmm. Hmm. Mm. Mm. All right. How's OI looking? Things are still stabilizing. We're getting a bit of call buying and a bit of put selling here, but nothing even big enough to really even move vol. So no, I don't think they're trying to pump. It kind of looks like people are setting up in this range for tomorrow more than anything. Straddle or strangle better for tomorrow? Good question. I would say that a straddle is probably better. Maybe I should take advantage of being at 25 right now. This is where my put is. Actually, yeah. What am I thinking? Some of these IVs for earnings this week. How correct about direction do you have to be to overcome the crush? Don't play earnings. If I can give you any advice as a trader, stay the fuck away from earnings. The market maker is far better at pricing in expectations than you'll ever be, and you're always going to pay the market maker a premium on any position you ever take. They're just gambling. I didn't do well on Tesla earnings. I just had I was already short Tesla. I didn't care about their fucking earnings. Their earnings were just really bad on top of the short position that I already took. And I was also hedged. I hedged their earnings. So I was just neutral into their earnings, and then I printed more. But that's not the same. I waited like 3 months to short Tesla. Um, it was a very purposeful position that had absolutely nothing to do with their earnings or guidance. If you want to play Baradactyl earnings, I recommend puts. Has the has the manscaping business not been doing well? Are we not driving enough customers your way? Vix is acting weird. I know, I see that. Oh boy. What are people doing? What's going on here? Uh-oh. Too much put selling? Nah, it's not that big of a move. People didn't sell fucking calls at 25, did they? A little bit. Megaphone? Sure. Megaphones are inherently bearish because they imply an increase in vol, but as we learned earlier, vol doesn't always correlate with downs. Might just be like a short term drop. It's not a very big move in VIX. Hmm. Mm. Gork, where is the meatball? Right on the edge. Actually, it's more like this. This is the sauce. It's a spot. I'm not super worried about another downside test, I don't think. There's still a call wall at 20. Although a higher low on higher vol is really interesting. The meatball doesn't move. Only its position in space-time. The meatball is static, always. Does the meatball have oregano on it? Maybe in it. Or in the sauce. The oregano's in the sauce. Not too much. It gets overwhelming. No, space-time moves around the meatball. So the meatball is gravity? No, there's no gravity. It's in space. What the fuck are you talking about? Space-time around the meatball extracts and contracts and expands, which then changes the position of the meatball. But the meatball doesn't move. I know there's gravity in space. There's no other objects though. So there's no objects that creates gravity. There's no dark matter. Is the meatball the gravity? The meatball has yeah, the meatball has mass. This is the sort of niche content I come here for. I was down 55% on my over leveraged puts. Me too. Well, 25%, but and then I bailed on them, as did I. Now I see I could have 5x'd. Ouchie. Yep. Welcome to the club. Maybe a friction coefficient. Interesting. No. The options, well, so the options on the chain create gravity. And the way they push and think of the ramp as the fabric of space-time. The meatball is just kind of an object floating around in space-time. And then options would be like the options would be like gravity because they push and pull the space-time. Like if you get more calls, this pushes this up, right? And if you get more puts, that pushes this down. And the meatball is just kind of rolling around in space-time. Based on the fluctuations created by the options. So I don't think there's not necessarily any friction. Rolling is moving. You're just making me hungry. So selling Tesla calls is all you need to be a trader. Maybe. I need to expand. The idea of the meatball analogy was to simplify things. And now your guys are trying to make me complicate it. It's not a Beyond Meatball. That'd be disgusting. Should I sell another put here in the hopes that bulls get their shit together? The fuck is that? Hmm. There's some bears showing up to the party. Interesting. Okay, so the megaphone broke down. I got a descending wedge. I guess that works. Hmm. All right. Yeah, some bot puts. Bullish? Not here. Not here, they're not. Here, they're bearish. A little higher, they're bullish. Also, they might start selling those same puts and force the bears to stop out of them by blowing out the spreads. And if they do that, then that's definitely bullish. I bought an Annat 300C for June right after Greg said don't play earnings. I mean, you're just gambling. You don't know what the outcome of their earnings or their guidance is going to be unless you have insider information, right? And you can have and like you can do all the math and you can do all the valuation and you can study their books and you can come up with a a perfect projection of their revenues and EPS, and they can come out and say something like AI and go up $200. It's not speaking from personal experience. Yes. They could also come out and say we'll never touch AI ever. and they could drop $200. Where did the AI touch you? Right on my NVIDIA puts. The worst part about that earnings was that they did in fact miss on revenues and EPS. They hadn't sold a single H1 fucking 100 chip yet. I mean, they still haven't, but they hadn't then either. Why on earth would any company ever not lie to investors? Fiduciary duty? Fiduty? That's funny. They could also say that buildings are like factories, and factories grind on that data to 1 million X. Yep. And still miss on revenues and EPS, and still go up. What's up, Dork? I'm listening. Guess what? What? Yes. They declined your offer on the house, and you're a free man. Worse. Damn. They accepted your offer on the house that you haven't had inspected or appraised. Jesus Christ. Oh. He's pregnant. I think I would have taken that better. Congratulations, Dork. I just want to guarantee a 50% decline in housing across the board for the rest of you guys, starting as soon as I close escrow. Go get the fucking house inspected, man. All right? And appraised. Please. You can break the offer agreement if it fails inspection. Okay. All right, good. Get your own inspector, too. Don't trust some asshole they recommend. Especially not the realtor. They're not your buddy. Also, Dork, win HELOC. Depends on the state, Atomic. He just said it was conditional on the inspection and the appraisal. Yeah, but if you can lock in the 10-year at fucking 9%, Dork, killing it, right? HELOC for gambling money, great ideas. I mean, about as great an idea as buying a house at the top of the housing market with sky high rates. The inspection on that one gigantic piece of shit house was done by the same inspector that's going to do this one. And they did a bang up job telling you in which ways that other house was a piece of shit. What about financing approval? These are advanced tactics. Calm down. Just take a short position on O with the HELOC. It's called hedging. We're closing that 50-33 gap today. Maybe. It's possible. $50.45 end of day. Get your butterflies ready. No, I don't think so. But most of the interest above 30 is gone. Most of the interest at 30 was sold already. So 30's not a particularly bullish strike, but if we climb back up above 25, we can get that shift in the hedging dynamic again that makes 30 bullish. Sold isn't bullish here. Sold is bullish a little higher. That's why we dropped like a rock to the level where things were actually neutral. Nvidia squeezing out 725C. NQ finna rip. Good. My meta calls need it. Although my Tesla put might not like it. Such a bifurcated market. I was thinking about there's so many fucking many apartments being built here. Single family homes are only going to get more scarce and mediocre. And the location where my home is going to get turned into more apartments once the dirtbags who live nearby get laid off in a recession. So you're going to sell your home to a developer. You should have sold your house to him, and then you could have hung out together. It's too expensive. I would have had to have floated the mortgage. Oh. I offered him that. I said he could give me his down payment, and I would float the note. He doesn't want to live in Long Island. No, I would have done below FFR. Because of the down payment. What's wrong with Long Island? Everything. It's like little New Jersey. Thanks, Maeve. Did you say Long Island? Yeah, that's how it's properly pronounced. Long Island. It's long with a G. I wouldn't have done this without multiple plans for multiple outcomes. I know. I know. I'm well aware of your OCD. Doesn't mean I'm not going to give you shit for it. Are you holding the meta spreads because you can't close them today? Yes. There's value in being able to call something yours, even if it costs you money. Get out of here, fucking Dave Ramsey. Would you have closed them? Yes. Are they struggling to get it up? A little bit, yeah. But calls are getting cheaper. And call buying at these price levels is bullish. So a standard market reaction to placing positions for CPI could be bullish as well. I want to punch so many holes in my wall and dig a silver mine beneath the foundation. Are you going to toe ring your Tesla put? Well, it expires Friday, so no. But am I going to hold it overnight? Yeah, it's a weekly. I can hold it through Tuesday. Reno's in the goddamn desert, dork. It's not the Bay Area. And if it turns into the Bay Area, you need to sell your house now because the real estate values are going to drop like a rock. No, it fucking isn't. Great fucking basin. Sand. Sand and rocks everywhere. No, Vegas is near the Hoover Dam. Why didn't Dork just move in with Grams like I did? I'm rolling in it right now. I implore you to come out here. I lived there for like 6 months. With smoke peyote and enjoy the trees. There are few things in this world that could drag me back to Reno, Dork. Or South Lake Tahoe. The Bunny Ranch is definitely not one of them. It's the world's slowest crawl to a bullish breakout. When do we get my day trade back? What do you think of HBM? I bought it for copper exposure. I don't think copper exposure is great right now, but it's fine, and HBM's still pretty cheap. Um, hmm. Oh god, I don't get more day trades till Friday? What the fuck? Hmm. There's some old Feb 23 4940s that I hedged off, but I still have some premium on them. Ooh, nice. Never know. I straddled for tomorrow at 25. Want to set up something to hedge off some like CPI on this account. I'm seeing if I can get a good entry on it though. This sort of has some upside exposure. All right. How high are they buying calls? 35's got some call interest, but most of it's at 25 and 30. Puts are being bought right now more heavily than they're being sold. Calls are still being sold more heavily than they're bought. Hired Inspector Gadget. I used my Darvis box on GME, and we're gonna run. Okay. As soon as we see Dirk in a trench, we need to drop that shit like a sack of moldy potato in a tranche. Dork, if it fucking crashes before you go to escrow, run away. Hey Greg, is Nvidia still undervalued? Molly Fool is asking. I'm so happy Dork marked the top. It was the only way. I'm sad we had to sacrifice him for our putsies, but At least now we know that JPA is definitely going to cut rates this year to 0. Is NQ going to regain its trend? It doesn't fucking look like it. '19 rate cuts priced in. I mean, houses are already a lot cheaper. The problem is that mortgages are still very expensive. But the median home price has declined over the last couple of like the last few months, more than it has at any time since like World War II. Since, well, actually since like the 60s, I think. So homes are cheap, cost of finance is high. Because it got inflated 150% because derp heads were bidding 100 to 200K over ask. Yeah. Buy when the banks won't lend anymore. That's the key. Exactly. You buy when the banks fail. Mortgage? Mortgages are at like 7.64, I think, right now. Probably like 6.75 to like 7.5, depending on your credit. I need to see 15 forced tax sales per day in my city to know houses are priced at a reasonable level. Exactly. And bulls are really struggling with this. There's way too much short covering going on shitco's for me to believe that this is bullish. Why are you trying to buy that put spread out of the money? Because I want it. Hmm. 23 minutes left. Okay, we're getting a little bit of put selling here. Put selling should be pretty normal. Like, the effect should be pretty normal here. It might not drive vol down a lot, but it should still provide some decent credit for call buying. Yeah, it's not bearish here. Well, it shouldn't be that bearish. But they're definitely afraid to do it, which is kind of funny. Oh, god damn it. We got a minute on those. 3:45, 5:45. Mm. $43. You're getting extra Persian today? Thanks. I'm a landlord for a house with 200K equity, 500 a month cash. I have 1 year to rent before sell to avoid tax. The question is, will it be worth more next year plus rent income versus the correction? I mean, there's so many variables there. It depends on the area, the rent prices in that market. Do you think the market has reached its death throw stage? I don't know about that yet. We could potentially be getting close to something, but that's really going to depend on how this week plays out, I think. God damn it. Caught Express at 390. The one true stock. Nice. If they'd stop overselling puts for a fucking second, they could just buy calls and pump this shit. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, did it just cancel that? Um, fucking Christ. Puts at 20. Calls at 30. Getting not a lot of put selling here. Or at least not enough put selling here. There we go. Are you expecting bad CPI? I'm leaning more towards a hot print than a cold one. Or at least on core. I just checked my 401k. I have no funds with NVIDIA. I requested my broker to move my assets. Volatility going up into close. I thought red days were illegal. Well, it's almost flat. Although I'd very much prefer flat. Gork, is my mortgage safe? When should I sell CCs on my mortgage? Are property values in a bull flag? This is what you do. Rent the place for 10% more than your current rent. Don't live in it. Boom. $10% more than I pay now is less than my mortgage. Oh, that's unfortunate. How much can you rent it for? Can you rent it for more than your mortgage? Rent it for 50% more than your mortgage. See if anyone hops on. I can rent it for my mortgage. I don't like that. What is this sell off into closed shit? We only have like 2 minutes for the market maker to get it back to 50-23 and fuck everybody. Once a 2-bed, 1-bath condo rents for more than my mortgage, I'll rent my house out for 10% more than that. All right. Well, you're cash flow positive minus expenses, right? What if you get like people who don't leave? Yeah, Dork, can you put a tent in the backyard and rent it out as an Airbnb? That's when he burns it down and collects the insurance. Oh, oh. Is the market maker gonna do it, Dork? They're so close. Oh my god. They fucking nailed it. Right in the middle. 50, 22, 50. That's amazing. Damn, my makeshift butterfly lost me 25 cents a contract. Uh Anyway, all right. So ES failed to recover even the mid, but we basically still closed flat on the day. I will say that the rally to the upside was a bit unexpected. But I guess we broke the bull signal. So the rally to the downside was expected. We should be pretty neutral going into tomorrow's CPI data. I don't expect to see indexes move substantially overnight. They probably won't. A lot of neutral positioning piling in around that SPX 45 or 50.25 to, well, 50.25 level, and then on either side of it a little bit. Um, Obviously, I'll do a write up tonight on my expectations for the CPI print. Try to give you guys some of the analyst forecasts. Um, Still in kind of a weird spot. I don't think they can push the market substantially higher. Although the pullback today should help move VN and GM up. I don't think it's going to move them up a lot. So even on a cool CPI print tomorrow, we're still going to be similarly range bound to the upside. The downside has no such issue. But we do have some supportive levels at 5,000 and at the collar at 50.15. So it may take a little longer for the downside to be realized, especially if the print is hot. But keep that in mind for tomorrow. If we do have a hot print, we could see some downside if we start to lose those ranges. But otherwise, yeah, everything just pretty flat despite the intraday price action. Broad commodities down again today. Chinese markets are closed right now, so we don't have to worry about anything. They're closed for the Chinese New Year, so we don't have to really worry about anything coming out of those. I think overnight tonight we have a little bit more data than yesterday, so that may have some effect on the dollar. We have Japanese PPI. I think we have EU winter forecasts, and then in the late night we have Great British unemployment, um and then we're gonna have the economic, like the German and EU economic index. There's a 10-year gilt auction um moving into tomorrow morning, and then we have CPI before market open. uh the rest of the day tomorrow after CPI, not much going on either. So yeah, that should be pretty boring after the CPI print once we get the move from that. We'll see where things settle out. Yields pretty flat today. Dollar kind of moved up and down. Closed the day up a little bit, but not much. Still seeing some of that suppression on the top end of the curve from the yuan. That's probably going to continue unless dollar breaks substantially higher and upsets that balance. Um, Correlation's still pretty flat. Same like we saw on Friday. We are seeing an uptick in the forward returns of volatility, however. And we saw that through most of today. Today, vol moved up quite a lot. Cash VIX up 7.5%, 3-month VIX up 3.71%, and VIX futures up 1.75%. So even though price didn't move much, decent move in volatility going into CPI. Pricing in some of the risk there. Skew up at 156. Definitely in its upper ranges. High probability of at least a 2 sigma event. Guess we could take yeah, and we're seeing a little bit of loosening and volatility here as well. 48.58% at negative 48.58% to mark this week, down from 49.91 last Friday, or at the end of last week. And I think that's about it. NQ looks a little bit more bearish, I would say, than ES does. It's still got some range to the downside to find a support. This has got really blown out. Tested 18, 112, 122 today. I mean, the most robust support here to the downside is at about 17,789. And you know, a full breakdown would be back here at like 17,221. So quite a lot of downside room on a breakdown of NQ there. Even like the longer term trend is you know 17,680 on a test. So yeah, I would say that has substantially more room to the downside before finding support than ES does. Although, you know, ES could still move down to like 49.60-ish on a big move down. So keep that in mind. I would say CPI more than anything over the next couple of weeks, at least on the macro side, has the opportunity to move markets. Yeah, so I think that's about it. RSP actually did pretty good today. Anyway, thank you guys so much for hanging out, and I'll see you bright and early tomorrow. Have a good night, everybody. Later.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.